I'm going to switch it up. We're going to avoid working on Shimo for a little bit because we still have to finish the clothing for her. So we'll pick her up later. Hello, G-Leg. Welcome. Not too much. Not too much is up. Hello, Zoom. Welcome. Good morning. We're about to do some work on an avatar. I make VRChat avatars or 3D models for clients of mine. So right now, we're going to do some work on this one. Double check my calendar. Okay. So we got the wings, the body for this character. And the client send me some reference images. We're looking at here. All right, still some more tweaks to the body to be made. Let's go ahead and get those done. All right. Should be this one. Oh, I'm stuck on my other screen. Display 2. There we go. All right, that's what we want to see. First, let's make the breasts look a little better. They're kind of just a little oddly shaped right now. We don't want to make the... Let's see, we'll do wireframe. We'll want the top of the breast to squeeze in a little bit, but the arm to actually kind of come out a little bit more. Like that. And then the arm should be a bit thicker. Basing this off the reference the client sent me, so that's what I'm doing here. Hello, Kai. Welcome. That is a winged cat. It's like a pony cat snake with wings. So basically a chimera. Yeah, chimera. Yeah, the snake tail. Gray out looks like a kobold, but picks a winged cat. Well, hello all. I hope you're all having a good start to your day. It's going to be an odd day for streaming for me because I have to go to the car mechanic and get my car picked up. So I may be just doing some odd hours here for today. How you doing, Kai? What have you been up to? Why isn't that working? Is my numlock on? Doesn't want to resize. Weird. Okay, Ho, welcome. Strange. Something about my orientation is off. Strange. 30 cursor. Global. This should put the point right at 0. Interesting. It's the weld modifier. It's messing it up. Funny. Okay. A few more edits here. We want the neck to be a bit thicker. So we'll do G stretch for that. Hello, Samarth2207. Welcome. Here seems like we have pain to give physics/animate. It'll definitely be somewhat of a challenge. Not too bad. I found a nice little method to quickly make bones for hair and stuff. Kind of a cheat, but somewhat nicely. Doesn't mean it's going to be perfect. It'll give us a nice starting point. I'm just going to delete this one. But welcome anyone who's new. Welcome to the stream. If you're new here, what I do is make VR chat avatars. So, kind of curious what that is. Just making custom virtual selves of people, virtual characters that you can wear and become in VR chat. So, in virtual reality. What's my IG, my Instagram? I have an Instagram, it's just the same name, Sam Detter, but I haven't used it in years, so it's kind of outdated. He has a website though. I do, samdetter.com. samdetter.com. Though I'm most active here, I do need to start putting a more professional. I need to up my game, so to speak. I mean, not so to speak. I really do need to up my game. And we can only adjust the one. How are the Resonite products faring? I haven't had time to really jump into Resonite lately, but I've been enjoying making but I will be getting back in there very soon. My brother and a friend and I have been kind of discussing doing VR and doing D&D and VR quite a bit. So I think there's kind of a good confluence of interests coming together. But yeah, I'd love to get back in there. I last time I made like a snapper, so you could kind of set up battle maps really easily with 3D tiles, and I think I'll be farting around with that again sometime soon. To just like really quickly start getting in and making some interesting maps and stuff like that. But that is still where my heart's at. It really is. Samarth, you can ask me something as long as it's not about hiring you. Can I teach you English? I couldn't give you lessons, but I could certainly. You're certainly welcome to come here and ask questions. I don't think I could take the time to teach you. Well, my rates are $30 an hour at least for any sort of teaching. So usually I'm teaching 3D modeling. Yeah, I mean that's like the. Sometimes I get people coming in going, "You need a graphic designer," that kind of thing. Less VR chat work. Though some people say they do VR chat work, but I don't think they even know what it is. Because they'll ask me if I need an avatar. I'm like, bro, that's what I'm doing. I'm doing that right now. I'm like, if you knew what making an avatar was, I don't think you'd ask, because I'm making one right in front of you. Right in front of your very eyes. You need one though, lol. I do need to make one for myself. I don't think reaching out to streamers isn't a bad idea. It's just funny to me because most streamers have like a Discord or an email address available, and it's like just contacting through chat is very unprofessional. I think you just reach out through like the official means. Like even on YouTube, like people have a business email on their YouTube. Oh. All right, a little messy. A little messy. Lord Pepsi, hello. Just looking at the forums for your classes, and the dates are a little outdated. Yeah, I have currently the classes are just ended, so no classes at the moment. But hello, Lord Pepsi. Welcome, welcome. How's your day going? looking forward to starting your Abby. Okay, that looks pretty decent. Matches a little bit closer to the feedback provided. All right. So we've got these scales here. Hey, doing good. I'm gonna have a busy night and woke up too early for work. I see a nap for me in a few hours. Heck yeah. But doing in chat has a chance of hooking a viewer onto the service. Ah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. That is a good point. All right, we're gonna make a new collection for the tail. And in the tail, we'll move this object, the actual tail. And then we'll also make in here a new object, very similar, but we're going to shrink wrap it to the previous version. Then what we'll do is take a little sip of water, Dr. Pepper. I should also get some water in a second. We'll shrink wrap it, and then we're going to go to geonodes, and we're going to call this split edges, or split bevels. So what we're going to do, take our geometry and split the edges if the named attribute Boolean. And there's no bevel weight yet. We have to make it. Do the boundary loop first for the edge. Bevel weight edge exists, and then we'll compare if it equals 1. Right. Then we can add a few more cuts. Go here, bevel it. Now it should split. Simple, easy, powerful. Simple, easy, powerful. Once my work slows down, I'll be back to modeling, Sage. Well, wishing you well. Hopefully work does slow down for you. What kind of project are you working on right now? there some. And then what we'll do is take this edge loops. Oh, no, edge loops. Bevel weight. And then put some. Actually, no, I guess that works. Okay, cool. That's a lot better, actually. Well, when I have time, it's just been texture work with people, but I still have robot models designed to build. Ooh, very cool. Won't be able to hear your replies. Ad popped up. Gotcha. We're gonna bevel this manually by percent 3, somewhere right around there. Oops. There we go. I mean, I could just select everything at this point and bevel it. Oh, except the middle. Darn, I fucked up the back. I fucked it up. Cool. Nice. Now we've got the scales on the bottom. So this will be for the high poly version. We won't be using it for this. Time to cook some spaghetti. Until later, everyone. Enjoy your day, Zoom. Thanks for coming by. Are we live? We are live. Hello, Diggy. Hello, hello. The edges are a little rounded. I guess I want... You're just getting this odd little edge there. I don't feel very live. They did indeed. Thank you for sending. Looking forward to jumping into the project. We'll have a nice result for you very soon. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Let's go ahead and select these like so, and then we'll do edit. Deselect this ring, this loop, and we're going to use loop tools, G stretch. That way we get a very even taper all the way to the end. Okay, cool. That looks really nice. Next, what I want to do is, we made this scale pattern. I want to do the same for the tail. I would like to make scales for the tail. I think that'll look cool. I mean, I might as well just keep it a texture. So maybe we'll leave that alone. We'll just do it as a texture. Won't really make sense to do it any other way. Cool. All right, beautiful. We also made these wings, which came out super nice. We got these wings and tail. Wings, scale, tail. But for the short hair of the wings, we would like to do a little bit better. They're a little messed up. I think what we'll do is we'll take this, we'll indent it, and delete these. Very spiky. I wonder if I could make it, because I can rotate each one based on the edge. It'd be nice to have it kind of softly deform to it. Like the further, so we have this shell here. It's the easiest color to see. Okay, something like that. Do yellow. So we have the shell, and we have the feather kind of coming off the side. It would be nice to have the distance on a factor of 0 to 1 between the distance from the shell to the tip of the feather, and then it would curve the feather based on that distance. That would be ideal. Would you stream her? I think so. We'll see. It'll be over the weekend, so I might not stream it. Geometry node mesh conform. I think I'll have to make that myself. I don't think there's a conform node. That'd be nice. We do have a decent amount of stuff so far. Dude. But for each point, let's see. If I do distance, there's a proximity, geometry proximity. So we take the original proximity, the original group, instance or target surface, feather instance, or the surface, just the original geometry. Where'd that go? So I take, oh, I see. Yeah, we are taking the original geometry right there. Okay, perfect. So we'll do, let's do a group input again. Take the original geometry, get the proximity. Oh, wait. Yeah. Get this. And then we say set position. We also map the range. this. Multiply. Things are happening. But I think we have to realize the instances beforehand. But that is kind of working. But we want to do that based on the normals. Hello, Yabor Roy. Would you streamer? Yeah, Dick. I'm really trying to learn how to create VR chat abbeys, and I'm wondering how you learned. I learned most of what I know from YouTube, online, almost all of it. I've been doing this for about 4 years now, so it's been a while of me doing this full time. I do teach classes as well. I have another intro to VR chat avatar creation about 2 months from now, opening up, and it'll be like probably like a 2-month course. We're gonna really take our time with this intro class now. So if you're interested, I'll have some signups somewhat soon. It's not available yet, but definitely subscribe and come back again. But also, all of my videos are saved on YouTube, so you can always peruse them to kind of see how to do it, get an idea what that would be like. There we go. Not quite what we want, but it's not bad. Absolutely. Hello, Arisa. Welcome. But it does just squish it straight down. How's you? I'm doing quite well. We're trying to figure out how to make these feathers look a little bit better. Actually did work pretty well though. It's a little strong. Didn't expect a split when I blurred that. Thanks to your baking knowledge, I designed a way to make my very high detailed hair using curves for my avatar's hair. Hey, that's good to hear. I'm glad it was helpful. I don't like this because it also affects these ones down here. So I think we'll also take this and do edge or named attribute, edge neighbor, and I guess we just want to mask out the value. Edge neighbor will be the opposite of what we want here. So we want to do map. Well, first map range, then subtract 1 by this, and then do that. I'm pretty sure. Changing now. I don't think that's it. All right, that was an interesting experiment, but not quite what we want. Did learn some good stuff though. Okay, so I think what we'll do instead is just try to change the geometry. So we'll take this, take the top, or what would be better is instead of it doing the surface going down on the global axis, it'd be much better if it followed the direction of the mesh itself. And then it would actually kind of go that way. So I think in order to do that, what we would need is something like top and bottom. Three wing V2. And I just use, instead of this vector here, I should be able to take the normal here and get the tangent. Or in fact, capture also the tangent. The tangent not its own thing? No. So we do have to calculate it. Okay. Oh, it did nothing. Good. I see. We're not even using this calculation. Hmm. That's pretty close. That is super close, actually. Sort of. Uh, it's still a global direction. Tangent doesn't really mean anything in this case. Okay, so looks good though. But I could do the same just by giving it another direction like this, which is pretty cool. And I'm gonna indent the top, delete it. No, just delete the top. Do you think there's a way to make hair using curves, but using grease pencil? As in, I draw with the grease pencil and perhaps with geometry nodes or something like that, makes the curves and adjusts it along the strokes. Well, you can, with curves, with the curve tool, you do have in it an actual drawing thing. So you can draw with curves on any surface. And then second is in the latest geometry nodes update 4.2, I believe, they do give you access to grease pencil. So before then, you did not, Blender did not let you access grease pencil objects through geometry nodes, but I believe now you can. So you should be able to. Absolutely. Yeah, the curve draw tool for curves is pretty cool. It's very similar. And that's basically what people did in the past. Like when they needed to like scatter assets using geometry nodes, they just do the draw with the curve. It's pretty good. I still think I'm still quite excited about the combination of grease pencil and geometry nodes specifically, because then you could do animation things. You know, it's a little bit more ready for animation. And there's a lot of possibility with that. All right, so what we need is a direction. So on our surface, what we have is a border. So let's say this bottom edge is the border. And what we want to know is a direction. So for each point, we want to know this direction, the vector from no, we don't need to know the bottom. All we need to know is this edge vector. For each edge, we just want that direction. But the difficulty is knowing which point to start from. Do I start from A or do I start from B? You know, do I go which way? How do I determine what the useful direction is? Because both are valid, just in like an initial algorithm. So I think what we do is, yeah, we do need the groups. We need a group. We need to determine a top and a bottom. Top, bottom. And we need to use, I believe it's edge distance to determine the value. So from 0 to 1 or vice versa. And then for each point along this gradient, we can go, are you closer to here, closer to here between these two? And depending on if this value is whatever we're looking for, lower or higher, we can determine the direction. Okay. So that's the idea. Okay. So first things first, delete that. So my initial idea was correct, actually. Funny. I want to add a cut in the middle, or else this won't work properly. And the top is going to be this segment here. Make this group say top, and we'll assign that. And then here on the bottom, we'll make another group called bottom. Assign. Okay. So now we have direction. And this is where we're going to plug our direction in right here. That's where we're actually going to put it in. Okay. Now what we're going to do is edge distance, or what is it called? Edge path. Shortest edge path. An edge path to selection. Something like that. Yeah, edge path to selection. Sure. And we need to use our start will be the top, named attribute top. And we need to compare. This goes here, and then we use bottom. This is the end vertex. So, okay. So, we need to capture this attribute. Capture store named attribute. Call this comparison, or distance comparison. Odd one, spelled wrong. Probably gonna get your imp. Oh, cool. I'm gonna need to know the ins and outs of avatar modding. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Well, I appreciate that, Lord Pepsi. I do like my imp avatar. Hoping to make some clothes for them at some point. Especially now that I've got Marvelous Designer. Oh, I guess I don't need anything. I don't need this second group. I just need this. This is fine. This is all I need right here. Because now I should have this stored group. I want to save it as a float on my points. So my points now have distance comparison, and it's not doing anything. All right. It's no good. So still 0 for everything. Or maybe I do need that. Edge path to selection. I don't need a selection though. I just want to know the cost. Let's do top instead. That's total cost. It's gotta be that.
Instead, I want my routes to end, find the shortest path, and we end up with this really beautiful web of branching structures, curves, so that we can turn them into routes later. So you can see that we have the next vertex index on the shortest edge path, and we have the next vertex index on the edge path to curves node. You should plug these through like that. Now, we also have the start vertices on our edge path to curves object. That's 7. Here now we've got to view the curves that are output vertices. Let's do something simple here. We have a look at vertices. Integer index is equal vertices on this shortest edge path nodes. Let's find out where the index, what the output is. Somewhere in the middle, 71 that'll do. And let's have a look at what the output is. Okay, not super interesting. Essentially, just going in the shortest path to that point. Kind of makes sense when you start thinking about it like that. Let's maybe make this a little bit more visible rather than just a line. Let's go in and just grab a curve.
Okay, then I think we'll do my other idea, which is to take the top attribute, which we have assigned, and what we'll do is blur it. We'll blur the attribute. At least twice. That should cover most of the distance. You know what, I'll bring back the stored, because I would just like to see what I'm doing with it. We'll call it. We'll just put it back in. If I keep blurring it, I should at least get, should be getting something there. Float per point attribute, we're blurring it multiple times. Many times, I should be getting some value in distance comparison. Attribute, value, iterations, float, blur attribute. Even if I was just to take the attribute 1-to-1, should see it. Should see it. Oh, I see. Gotcha. What I'm doing here is storing it on the wrong thing. So my other option may actually have worked. I was just putting it on the wrong thing. because I have to store the attribute in something I can access. This is just what I'm instancing. This is the actual geometry of my thing. So if we store the named attribute, here, I'm going to call this distance. Now we get some sort of value on everything. Awesome. I like that. And I could keep blurring. I don't think I need to for the most part, as long as everything has a value. We'll do a map range 0 to 1. Cool. Okay. I wonder why Sam's voice changed out of nowhere and became British. Became British. So that's the distance. We have this distance comparison now. I don't really need to store that. What I'd like to do is take every edge, every edge, and compare it. Save a direction for every edge. So we take a vector for every edge. We're going to call it distance. Now, storing some stuff. But what we want is a comparison. So we take a compare. We're going to take we need index for edge. What do we get for edge? Split edges, edge vertices. Perfect. So for every vertex index 1, 2, Oh, do I need this at all? Can I just do edge vertex, position 1, subtract? Well, I still need to know the direction. Oh, okay. This won't even work. What a waste of time. Okay. We're gonna leave this alone. This is actually tough. I don't quite know the solution here. Oh, interesting. Let's squish it. Because it's a grid, right? Like this. Boom, 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 boom. So obviously I want to know the direction for the vertical edges, but on the horizontal ones, I don't actually care. I guess that's simple. I just go, well, no, I do care. Okay, okay. Then what it should be is, it should be a vector per face. That's what we need. should be vector for every face. And we'll say direction. Face. Face. Edges of vertex. Vertex corner, vertex neighbors. Corners of vertex. Face. Corners of face. Can I look up the documentation for this? Gives access to specific corners of input faces. So from here, I can get all 4 corners because it's an index of 1 through 4 or more. So what I'd want to do is get the points, get their position, and get their influence. So if the direction is going this way, this would have higher value, lower, lower. It's a weird thought, but couldn't I just take each point, take the total, and for each point compare it, whichever one is higher in terms of direction, so closer to the top, take the higher value and subtract. No, we take the lower value and we subtract the higher value from the position, and that creates a direction. Okay. And then we do that a few times, and then we just average. That should actually be pretty darn accurate. We have each point, we go you compared to you compared to you. Mm. I don't know if this corners of faces one is actually going to help though, because I need to be able to. So I feed in a face input, index of the face input, values used to sort the faces corners. By default, the corners are sorted by index. So the corners of the smallest come first. Sort index. Which of the sorted corners to use for the corner index output? If the value is larger than the total number of corners, it will wrap around to the beginning. So it gives me an index. So it should let me select certain one. I'm just going to leave that there for now. I'm going to keep my work. This is doable. Still take that. I can give it to each instance. Okay. Even if I'm storing it to the faces. So they will have that direction value. Good. Let's see. What I want to search is GeoNode compare edge compare vertices. Okay, let's try, before we do anything else, what if I just take edge vertices and I do a subtraction? I take both of them and I do that. What do we get? We get a bunch of different values. So it is comparing them very directly. The interesting part is which one is it getting at the end of that? Um, Now, what I'd like, so that works. That would work because what I want is to know the value of this. I want to be able to compare this here, the named attribute of this index. I can do that. That's just a selection. Okay, okay. So yes, we would do a switch if if I just had it, we compare them. Compare. We want to compare these two. We want to say greater than in the result. Greater than in what capacity? Node compare attribute of index. Compare evaluate at index. Evaluate at index. Aha. Okay, okay, okay. Here we go. So this, and I want this value. Okay. Difficulty is we do the comparison, and normally I'd use a switch. Node switch for fields. Mhm. So close yet so far. I know this is what I want. I'm evaluating on the index for the thing that I want. In order to store in here that direction. Oh. Here's it again. Can't do what's a difference? There's a switch, repeat, random. I can't use a switch. Oh, I can't use a switch. Okay, I'm fine. I can't use a switch with geometry. Duh. Okay, but I can use a switch for other stuff. I just can't use geometry as a switch. And that makes sense. Okay. All right. And then I want to copy this. Oh, oops. And then we'll update instances. Gimme. To rotate them. Can I just use it here? Is it accessible? Nice. That is garbage. Currently, I'm detailing Add to Navigator just by baking normals. This advice you gave me has been a game changer to the details. I add to the stuff I make. Thank you again, Sam. Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the other things I've really been looking at lately is repeating textures through a decal or RGBA masking. That's going to be kind of my next main solution. It is working, though. It is working in its way. Working. Sorry. But what I'm doing here is I'm comparing each edge for a face. So I'm taking each face, going through all the edges, and it just happens to be whatever is at the end evaluates and it swaps. But yeah, actually, let's see what happens when we switch them, just in case. Bummer. Bummer. That was interesting, though. Interesting way to do it. So I'll take this. Actually, I'll just do that. 1, duplicate, and now we're on to, okay. Now we can, get rid of this. All right. But now that I know I can use a switch, that makes it a lot easier. For some reason, I was stuck on thinking that I couldn't use a switch, which is total bullshit. I definitely can use a switch. All right, what we need is a repeat. I'm always hesitant to use it, but it's never as bad as I think. So for a repeat, what we do is for every face, can't do it that way. Oh, close. What I need is that for every face, we take the points. Hmm. Geo node attribute to direct. Wouldn't it work? I just did. I just distributed them on there. So if I just distribute them, it just does that. What if I do tangent? If I use normal, does that. That should do something though. Should be it's normal. But again, it's just kind of random. All right. I think I gotta stop with that. There's got to be a way to do it, but I just can't think of it. If I set it to face, do that either. Why did that do it though? No, it totally makes sense. It wouldn't. It really only has normal. There's no inherent direction to a face or an edge or a vertice. Just just a point in space. Ugh. Damn. Okay, let's put the other feathers back on and fix them. See, this is super close. I just want for each face a direction. Just look, I have that direction. I have the sweep. And it's cool, and I want that. Hmm. Okay. The other option is for a given face, for every face, I can look at each edge and I can go edge neighbor. That's a value I have, edge neighbor. What's the greatest edge neighbor? Perfect. That'd be good. That'd be good. And then I can take this edge, which would be that one. This would be every face would be one of these. It'd be, yeah. Take the edge neighbors, cut it. That wouldn't be true for this end. You could use any value, But instead of selecting the points, if I select the edges, then I have an inherent direction here to here, this edge, and I can take that edge. So from each face, select the edge I want, get the position of the face, the position of the edge. That's a direction. Okay. Position of face. Yeah. Let me draw that. From face to center of face to center of edge. Okay. One last try. View node, select edge on face.
Today you're going to learn how to select the number of the face as selection. So if we know this face, we need to use separate geometry. We want with this geometry, edges, spline, whatever, and do an action. I have here in this pattern
Evaluate on domain. Found domain allows evaluating a field for a different attribute domain. I assume these are just attributes. Yeah, okay. For example, the face index could be used instead of the face corner index when setting the values of a UV map. Faces go in, edges out. If I had my attribute, which is a point, how to select things is so hard in GeoNodes. Oh, I want this thing. I want this thing. For each face, I want to select the edge. I want to select the edge that has the highest highest value. So this is what I want, because I want to take this top attribute and then convert it into an edge comparison. So this is perfect. That's what I want. But now I need to know how to compare the faces on a per edge. Compare edges on face. Oh, it's long. My brain. Okay. Corner of edges nodes return in the case that the edge is connected to two faces. Index. The index of the face corner of the adjacent face is selected with a sort index. Okay. It's just storing an index. Uh,
Hi, today in this geometry nodes tutorial we'll talk about the
boundary. Base group boundaries. Base group ID. Nipple index. Okay. Edge. Okay. So I can take an edge. I'm clicking, I'm still clicking. Hello. Thank you. Weird. Oh, what a pain. So I can see it in my head, but how to translate to GeoNodes, the challenge. Edges to face group nodes, groups faces into Regis surrounded by selected boundary edges. Mm-hmm. 12:37. Okay. Go a little bit longer. It's gonna be an odd day because I do have to go to the auto shop in a little bit. So that's ChatGPT. Let me open that up. In Blender geometry nodes, how do I compare each edge on a face? That doesn't seem useful. I can take the mesh, split each edge. So we have all of our geometry is now separate. I think that's what we have to do. We take this, we split it. Now we have the whole geometry on its own thing. I'm gonna try to actually use Blender. Response. So now we split each edge. Okay. So it's all separate faces. Then what I can do get each edge on a face. Mm. Domain. Doesn't seem to help me. I really should probably just get Arendale's back.
Hey folks, welcome back. This is a really highly requested video. I'm going to go through every single node in the toolkit, in my toolkit. Yeah.
Hmm. Don't see what I want. I'm sure it's useful, but just don't see it. I want to select each face. I can do sample index. So if I sample a face from my geometry, wouldn't I have to separate the geometry? This just gives me a single, it's not a field out of there. Yeah, that is what I want. I want to separate it. I want to separate the face based on the index. If the index just the index in general. Right? If it's just in general, take each one. And for the selection, first I would like to right. Okay. So I think what I'm forgetting about geometry nodes is in order to really get granular, it's not just like finding the right node to select. A lot of the times it is just literally getting rid of everything else. You're like, you just pull away everything else till you have that one thing. Not just in a selection way. Or maybe it's better to say that is how you select. You just take it and fucking remove it. Okay, so we can strip out all the faces in one go. And once we do that, we should have a single face here. So for example, compare this int to 0. If I put this here, we should have just I can't undo for some reason. Okay. That should go here. I should have equals 1. All right. So once we have it, this point, on the edges I have crease edge, but I should have saved this attribute initially. I saved it as a that, but I have it here too, top. So right now they're all one. What I'd want to do is make this capture attribute. So we take top, and not capture, store, named attribute on my edges, which we'll call top blurred. And right there. Okay, so now if I go back up, I have top blurred, and we can see we have a comparison. Yay! Actually, let me go back down. I did map the range. What we have to do again is map it again. So I then want to, here we separated. I really should just delete. Just that one. Okay. And we would want to store that position. We want the face position. But first we'll get the edge, because now I want to delete again. I would like to take the edges. I would like to delete them based on the named attribute, top blurred, and I want to compare it if it equals 1, its attribute, or sorry, not equal to 1, and then we'll map the range. There should just be one edge now. So I can't build an avatar because I'm too new in VR chat. Oh, gotcha. To upload? Yeah, unfortunately, I always forget about that because it's been a while since I encountered that. Well, it shouldn't take long if you just hang out for a while. Usually people just leave their computer on or just kind of leave it like idly on. So if I have greater than or equal, do float. Should be top blurred. 1, 0, 1. I'm taking the range and I'm mapping it equal Wouldn't it be this one? At least it'll give me time to figure out how to upload things for Chill Out VR. Got to the very end just to be blocked like this. Sorry to hear that, Pepsi. Also, I love your name, Lord. I was telling someone, Lord Pepsi's such a good name. I would be Lord Dr. Pepper. I guess, can you be a Lord and a Doctor? This should, let's just do store named attribute. Just so I can understand what's happening here. This fucking... It's changing it. Thought this would take this range and set it maximum to um I could do, okay, attribute statistic. So I can, okay, here's what we do. We go here, take it, we take that attribute, and then we take the minimum and the maximum, and we do that. Then we store it. And there we go. There we go. So I need to combine these. So I'll have to remember that. If I want to take the full range, I have to know what the minimum and maximum are in order to bring them into that 0 to 1 range. So that means that would explain my struggle using those in the past. That makes a lot more sense. Basically normalize the range. It's what I wanted to do. Cool. So that means now I can use that comparison. Pick up the store. Oh, I need to do edge. It's not equal 1. 0. I guess I want it the other direction here. Should be 0 to 1, you know? Named attribute. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So delete the geometry that is not equal. This test range is not equal to 0. This one is 0 right there. Not equal to 0. Okay. Wouldn't that include these two? Little bird told me you're a silly bean. Is this information correct? I'm the silliest, the billiest bean. Oh. The silliest, billiest. So if I get rid of the delete, let's just mute it really quick. If I say it equals 1, that's what I imagined would have happened. But if they are greater than 0, oh, duh. I'm being silly. I have to use a float. Duh. That bird was correct. Hello, Nammers. Welcome. So if they don't equal 0, perfect. Now we've got this edge. Now we have the edge. All right. Oh boy. Oh. All right, so now we have the point for the edge. How the fuck do I get it back out, though? So we stripped everything down. We're looking at this one edge, and I actually need to just go ahead and merge. Or no, I could just take statistics, attribute statistic. I can take the geometry for each point. We can take the vector position, and we can just take the average, right? Sum? Sure. I always forget what's the difference between a mean and an average. What is the difference between a mean and average? Okay, so average is something you can derive, whereas mean and median. About mean and median. Definition mean is the sum of all values divided by number of values. So that is what I want. That is the actual value. Okay. So edge, position. Nice. Buzz. Okay. So now we got the edge position. And before we already had the face position. Oh, why did I do like this? So we can do this. Position. And then now we can create a direction by taking we want to go to it. So I believe for a vector, you subtract 2. So we take this, oops, take this one, subtract these two together. So now now we have that. This direction. Wow. We wouldn't really want to do a split edges. We don't need to. We just, for every face, we delete everything else, capture that value, and then save it back into that face. Over here. That value there. Okay. So what does this do? This one is edge direction. Edge direction. And that's what we want. So we give it a face. We tell it, check out this face. What should that direction be? And it goes, hey, that's the direction from the center of the face to the edge with this value. And in here, this should be face index. We could switch it to any of these edges. Stick with one for right now. All right. Okay. So that's interesting. All right. I don't know why I keep saying that, but What are you trying to do with the nodes here today? Hello, Spixie. So we made this mesh that we can edit. Let me get rid of my messy drawing here. We have this mesh where we're instancing these feathers onto the mesh, which is cool. I like how that looks. The difficulty I'm having is how to align the feathers. Because the feathers, right now I have them they're all kind of going in like a downward direction, but it is just a main direction. What I would like them to do is I can define that this section is the top, so that they follow the topology instead of the direction. So that's what I'm trying to do. Basically, I'll still use all the individual ones here at the end. I just want something that I can edit really quick, because otherwise I'm doing it by hand. And if I do something by hand, odds are there's some imperfections. If I can just make it perfect, then, because what I've realized lately is like, if I have to do a bunch of something, then like internally, I'm already thinking of like a little system on how I'm gonna set it up. So I might as well turn it into GeoNodes and get used to that. Sorry, it's a little dark in here. So. Anyway, should be interesting. Not quite sure what to expect, but we're learning. We're learning a lot. That's really the important. But now what I can do is I can take a face, give it the direction or the value to compare to, and get out that direction. So up in here, I'm reading to direction. All right. I suppose I should normalize that. No reason not to. Just for best practices. Okay, so for each base I give it, I can now get out a direction. Cool. So what I'd like to do is do that for every face. For every face, I want that value. And if I go in here, what I'm comparing is the index. If the index is the same, or yeah. And right now I am getting out a field. This should be a field. Will I still get out? Interesting. I hope I get out of field. But if I just feed in the index, that's a field to a field. So I would assume that it's going through and comparing each one. Is that how that works? Or do I even need to do that? Yeah, do I need to do that? Because I could just give it the geometry. Why wouldn't I just do this? And just give it the geometry, and it poops out a direction. Oh no, let's put that. Just in case. Okay. So store named attribute. I would like to store a vector for each face. I want it to be this direction. I want it to be this direction. Here, like so. Right. Now, if I look at instances, should see direction in here. Name. Oh, I should name it. Direction. Cool. So for all of these, right now it's the same value coming out. What happens if I do index? Still the same value. So it's only doing it once. We are getting a singular value out of this. That kind of sucks. But it says it's a field here. Why don't we it may be just not surviving getting passed out. So we will take the this one will be the edge position. And then we'll duplicate. But still not. Why is it not a field? How do I do that? Geo node sub group not field. Group output not field. Gotta be this. If I just gave it normal. I know that's always a field. Still just wants it to be that. I'll just do this. Mean This probably doesn't make a difference overall. Ugh. Again, it's the same for all of them, but I have not put it in X. Does not make a difference. Well, it changes it, but still one value. I need it to be a different value for each one. But I can change it, so I know that I am getting different values out. So that's good. But it still begs the question of whether or not I need a repeat node. So I can take the geometry here. Take the max. Drop it there. So that's how many times we're going to go through this. And yeah, I can put this back in. Direction. Which I will make a direction. There. Vector math. Subtract. Okay. Now. We're not passing geometry through each time. So I can go to the node and get rid of that. We are iterating through. So we got the max. We take the this. Well, what are we passing through? I guess I do have to have the geometry there. Well, it's going to accumulate though. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Now we're gonna make an input. We'll call this integer count. Count starts at 0, and every time we add 1 to it. Wait, it's back. Every time we go through, we do this. Go through it, and we store the value. If the index and the count equal each other, hello, Popstar. We're surviving. We're doing some funky geometry node stuff right now, so it's a bit of a crazy adventure right now. But other than that, we're doing pretty good. So I think I can do this. Can I get rid of the geometry node? I have to do something with the count. A little confused, but we'll do our best here. I think what I do is we take the geometry, I extract something out of it, the direction, and then the geometry continues on out. But I'm not deleting it. I am curious why we lost our thing though. Count. 0 iterations. What did we do to break it? It's fine. It's fine. Target. Count. Also fine. So what's the deal? What's the dealio? Okay, that brings it back. It's something about the three of those together. So if I put this in here, that breaks it. Why does it break it though? That shouldn't. Every time we go through this loop, I want to take geometry. Fine, I won't use that one. I will instead take it here. Like that. Okay, I like that. Then we take the face index. Ah, that breaks it too. Fine. Why would the count break it? Because of something about this comparison here. It's the store attribute. That's where it's going wrong. We need the store attribute here. We have to store while it's passing through. That's my guess. Okay. Didn't explode. Good. How about it's gonna explode now? No. That's the wrong thing. How about now? All right. So it goes through. We got to still have the same value getting added each time because we're not adding the count. We're just taking it. Now we're adding it. And we should be going through quite a few times because we're taking the max. What? In max, what are we comparing here? So we have no attribute we're using at the moment. What we wanted to do was check the amount of faces. So we want index, I suppose. Index. Ugh. Ugh. Look that up. You node get max index. It should work. We have our index. Float. I mean, next. Hello, Arctic. Welcome. We're doing stupid stuff. know there's a way to get the maximum index. So how do I do that? Index maximum. Base. Oh, okay, okay. I see. What I can do. A little silly, but this should work. So I look at faces right now, it doesn't have anything, but if I split edges, no, that's weird. It should be the same. I should be able to take the geometry. But it's looking at the attribute. I don't want the attribute, I want this. What is this here? Domain. Domain size. There we go. Okay. So this goes in here. We have face count, which I think we subtract 1 from. Or it should just be the same now. It's a count, it's not an index. Just go in there. No, still not working. That really wasn't it. Ah, okay, okay. Because we're not comparing. We're just writing this. What we also need is how we store this. We need to store it just on 1. We need to compare. And it should be the count and the index. Yes. Yeah. That took too long. Well, not super long, but good stuff. So now for each face, we have a direction. Beautiful. Beautiful. That is awesome. That's actually what we want now. Oh, that took a while. But we made it through. Okay. Now, when we want to do this, I should be able to do a named attribute, direction. Vector. These ones are all the same here. These two are the same. Okay, I think it's working. It's a little bit different than I thought. But that's close. That's super close. Okay, so I think we made some progress. Still more to do. That is close. We can see that it's pointing out. Okay. So when we first do this, oh, we have this mix thing. Just get rid of that for now. So when we first do this, we're aligning the rotation to, aha, okay. All right, that's why. To the normal. There we go, okay. Now if we go back down here, and mute it. Yes! I was like, man, that should be working. And it is indeed working. Yay. Yay! All right. Beautiful. Still a little odd, I'll grant you. But good. And I think I can go in but now I have full control over the direction of these, which is awesome. For the most part. But that's going to make a lot of this work so much easier, especially as I get into more difficult stuff. Right, so I go in here, we're looking at this. I did start from a group. So do this, turn it back on, get something like that. All right. Interesting that it changes that one. Funny. That must be some misalignment. With the indexes. Yeah, so there's definitely something wrong with my indexing. Very close to correct, but you know, these seems that there's just a few that are weird. But overall, that looks awesome. Okay. It's a bit of a relief. I was working pretty hard and going, is this going the right way? Actually, I take that back. So you can see that they're slanted. I think it is actually doing that, though. Maybe not. It's playing with my direction. I don't know if I've normalized it. Anyway. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff. Definitely still something a little off. But damn, is that better. Okay, my guess is when I first do the face count right here, the domain size, we do this, the iterations in the same amount. But then when we're passing it to the index, you know, the count starts at 0, and we're adding 1. What happens if I mute this? Interesting. Okay. So that feels correct. So why is this one all fucked up? What if I blurred? What if I blurred this one? Blur. Blur the attribute. Nothing. Interesting. Nothing at all. Okay, so maybe it's not what I'm doing. It's the fact that these are super fucking weird to start with. All right. So here with this one, we're sampling the normals. From our original geometry. A few different things we capture. And I'm actually going to switch this to store named attribute, and we'll call this surface normals. That way it feels a little less tangled up. Yeah. So it's super close, except that something's still a little off. These are not quite as you'd expect, right? They're kind of all slightly tilted. So I think what I need to do is actually probably a third rotation. What I did initially, which is I took the Euler and I aligned it to like the Z direction. Mute this one. Ah. Rotation does start at 0, doesn't it? So they're all kind of flipped. Something about the normals are probably perfectly fine. Okay. Sampling the normal from the geometry. That's easy. That's normal stuff. Normal. Sorry, y'all. I just have to make a call really quick. All right, I'm back. All right, so again, something's just wrong with our rotation. So let's avoid using our direction thing that we did before and just try to recreate what we originally had, which was something All right, I do have this rotation value I added here, which is useless. Not useless, but unneeded. And in general, this is kind of close to what we had. That really sucks. Okay. I also have this rotate instances option. Like I can align the vectors, but maybe I'm just doing this too soon. Why don't I just rotate them afterwards? I don't know if that is the issue. It seems kind of the same. It's kind of like the same thing, so let's see. Yeah. Another align rotation, rotate, vector rotate, vert rotation, rotate rotation. A rotate rotation. Wonderful. I think align Euler to vector makes the most sense. Makes sense to me. What exactly you're trying to do? Just we have I have these instances that I'm scattering onto this mesh. And I want to rotate them to align with first the normals right here. So we take the normals of the mesh, we rotate them, and they align decently well. If you can see the wing pattern in a full, you can kind of see that it's close, but not quite there. Maybe a little rotation would help. Then we get these odd ones up top, which is frustrating. So I don't quite want that. But then I want to take that value we just created and rotate it again to align with is it align? Geonode align normal towards aligning instances. Show that means.
Hey everyone, our object, but we still need to get them aligned with the normals, which is pretty simple. Which we can get from a normal node. Adding some color, and we can go a step further and make this a little more.
That's what I did, okay. But they just do this weird curve. It's just not as precise as I would have expected it to be. All right. Then we have this direction. We have our initial rotation. We rotated it once. And we're trying to align the second rotation with this new vector, which is my direction. Okay, I guess that is working. We would just want to make sure our instances are rotated, their initial position. That. 180. But again, we get this, see, it's kind of, it's hard to see, but there's like this wave. It goes like this, and then it kind of points out. So how do I avoid that? Are my normals messed up in my, here, in my mesh? Doesn't seem to be. So I think there's something wrong with my calculation then. I think this is working now. The actual rotation. Or maybe I should do it in the other order. I should first rotate them to line up with the direction. And then I should have them line up with the normals. Same thing. Same issue, it looks like. It's so close. So close. If I just pull it out, still see that issue. Oh, you know what it is? Maybe not. It's this. It's this. It's gotta be. No. Damn. So close. Hmm. 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 How do I visualize these again? I wonder. There's 0 here. 0, 0 here. We're looking at. Isn't that weird? Okay. Alright, maybe I'm just misinterpreting it because they're so close together, but that actually does look good. Okay. I think I was imagining it. 'Cause that looks pretty darn good. Alright. I think we did it then. Whew, that took a while. That was a lot of work. Oh. All right. I think we'll call it there for, well, yeah, we'll call it there for right now. It's already 2? Oh, kind of threw off my day waking up so late. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Okay, so I think that as much of a pain as it was to make this system, it actually will be pretty amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Nams. Because I'll be able to do very much more effective modeling strategies. Just make a pattern. Does look super impressive. Well, thank you, Namrus. I appreciate that. Sometimes I feel like I know what I'm doing. Other times, not so much. Not so much. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, kind of odd hours today. Mind breaking even. It's funny what, like, how do you get certain information to certain things with GeoNodes? It's like they have certain tools to like select things and get certain pieces of information, but then a lot of times when you need like something else, you just have to like literally deconstruct it to get this one little piece of information out. It's like, hey, I'd like these 2 points, and it's like I want a point in the center of the face and I want a point at the edge for every face. And it's not like, oh, sorry, you can't select one face at a time. You can't do that. You have to delete everything else to select that face with that edge. It's like, all right. But anyway, but it also makes sense because it's like, otherwise it won't know which face goes to which edge. Like it just gets so convoluted. You do have to break it up into these weird categories. It just, I don't know, well, it takes a while to get used to. Just shoot me. Shoot me. I want to die. I'm just kidding. Is it really easier to start with a cylinder type piece than making the feather shape first? I would have no idea to make a feather shape procedurally. Well, only for using the curves. If yeah, so let me switch back to these. Only for using these curves here. I feel that it works well. You know, you could also make like a geo system or something to that effect to do some similar stuff. But I do really feel that the most effective thing that does look good solution is just to kind of do what I did here. Hi Sam, how's the day? The day is good. Hello Skyfire. We're learning stuff slowly but surely. Good. Let the jealousy flow through them. We'll have to optimize because right now it's going to be pretty dense as it stands. It's going to be pretty darn dense. That's okay. Also, just figured how to upload the imp in CVR, but the tail seems broken. It's stiff, like it's still T-posing. Interesting. I would assume that that means the Fizzbone component is somehow detached or got removed. So it'd take me a little. You just want to make sure. I have to. Here, I'll have to pop open something to get into that. Take a look. I'm gonna take this one. Separate it. Just got VRC married today. Hey, congrats. Welcome to the married life. I'm not married. I feel like the way I said that implied that I was. It was Dragon's wedding. It was like a dragon wedding, or was it you that got married, or wait, I'm confused. Now, which of the feathers look like on top? That? I should get rid of the subdiv then. That looks not dense enough. Or yeah, let's get rid of the subdiv and just add more manually. Or a bevel. Maybe bevel instead. I am a dragon now, basically an albino dragon. My husband is also a dragon. Nice. That's good to hear. I hope you and your husband are enjoying your honeymoon phase. VRC honeymoon? I feel like that's more than my direct understanding of. Generally seems to be the mood people are going for in VR chat, the honeymoon phase. Like we do need to blur the surface normal. So it'll be blur attribute vector. It doesn't make a difference at all. I guess that I don't want it to be saved to the edges. I would actually want it to be saved to, or not even the face, the edges. Point. Certainly looks a bit messier. Well, if I do that, if I do that, Okay, I already messed it up. Is that this? No. Wait. Ah, I saved it to the face before. Okay. Good. Guess the face makes sense. I'm going to take a call in just one moment. My surrender. Yeah, I can listen to music. So listen to some music right now. Hopefully it's not too loud. You know what I should do is not do the subdivision in there. That looks weird. You find me here when I'm gone, when I've made my surrender. I guess it's got to be the face. That looks the best. I think the issue right now is not having this be the top. The flames I'll take my aim. When you're not around. That looks better. Okay. See, what I want is... Okay, I see what I need to do. When I'm gone, my surrender. Some of them are still kind of floaty a little bit. My surrender. Excuse me. Okay, getting a call. 1 second. All right, I'm back. Hello, everyone. I have returned. All right, so I think if I kind of extrude this lower section, I can actually get a softer gradient, which is kind of what I really was looking for. Oh, thank you, Nammers. And we'll switch it up again. Ooh, yeah, that looks good. This one's goofy right in the middle. Is it just floating? Yeah, okay, good. All right, I think we're getting something pretty magical now. It's looking good. So it looks, oh, I see. It's because it's, I might need to have a few vertex groups to control it further in certain spots. But I think after I apply it, I can just go in and also kind of sculpt some things into better positions. But I think that looks pretty good. Okay. This is not mirroring because I do need to actually realize the instances at the very end. It's a good song. Poke it out just a little. And let's add another mirror up at the top. All right. So that's kind of an intense amount of polygons, obviously. But I think that some of these we will be able to get rid of a lot of like the beveling here. So that's quite intense. Not as big a difference as I would have liked. There we go. All right, still quite significant all on its own. So we'll have to find a few other ways to cut it down. But I think 82,000 for all that's pretty reasonable. Or not necessarily reasonable, but about what you'd expect. This is only 27,000. Why is the other one so much? Ah, okay, I see. All right. So for the short feathers here, we're instancing feather 27. This one here. Wait, it doesn't have a subdivision. Let me see it though. All right, it's pretty simple. Not a fan of it pinching at the end. I prefer to keep the tip there. Yeah, it's just the amount of them. Okay, we could probably get rid of a few more. Yeah, maybe not. If I turn down the subdiv once, just not enough. Right. Well, we'll talk to the client. Maybe they won't mind a larger count. Pretty dense though. I could also delete 1/2 of them, right? So you'd only see the front side. So we went to here. I turn off the mirror. Like that. Yeah, that cuts it about in half. Two. And then also swap. They don't really even need to be thick. You know, I really could swap it out for it's still quite nice. Maybe we'll do flat meshes for all of them. I actually like how that looks a lot better. Feels a little bit more feathery. Feels a lot more feathery. Interesting. Huh, I didn't expect that. All right, well, then let's duplicate them. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll take this one and duplicate it. Hmm. Oh. Wait. Well, shit. Is it mirroring like that? I somehow accidentally doubled the count? Or... No? I think. No, that's what it's like. Okay. Hmm. Those look really nice. Now we're at a much more reasonable count. They look very transparent from the side, though. We'll have to do what we can to fill it out. I can't see shit, though. Excuse me. All right, that looks really good. That's looking really good. Oh, nice. Very pleased. Yay! Yay! This one's getting a little funky. Only 18K now. Why is it? Why is it getting Z fine? Oh, there's another one right on the top of it. Gotcha. All right. Well, we certainly reduced that count. I think we'll basically make a few feather images, and then we'll align the UVs of each of these on top of it. So we're not, we can make it look very high resolution without, yeah. I'm gonna flip it to the other side. It's a little more comfortable to work like that. I think these ones are all curved the other way. Gotta do it one at a time. We switch the tilt to projected actually. Beautiful. Okay. Really love the individual short feathers. I feel like that looks so soft. These ones need some work here though. All right. I'm actually going to call it a little bit early today. I have to get ready for some other stuff. Been kind of an odd day today, and I have to go get my car stuff taken care of. Kind of been waiting on some other things to fall into place for that, so I can go do it. It's a bit unexpected, as most car problems are. But I'll be back soon. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it here for the weekend. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope everyone's having an amazing Friday. Perhaps I'll do some small streams over the weekend, Namers, and a few others you'll definitely be hearing from me. I've got some additional tasks for you, so those will be heading your way soon. But comment, you just caught me right when I'm leaving. Thank you for coming by. Hope you have an amazing week, amazing Friday. To everyone out there, Arctic Nammers, there's a lot of people to shout out, actually. Skyfire, congratulations. Lord Pepsi, thank you for the stream. See you later. Same to you. Enjoy your weekend, everyone. We'll catch you all very, very soon for a whole bunch more Avatar shenanigans. Next week, we're going to be dialing it up even more. I think we're really going to... I will probably not stream Tuesday because I have to go do more car stuff. But next week, we're going to try to do some more D&D stuff later in the week, like a D&D, VR D&D day. So that'll be fun. Anyway, until then, goodbye, everyone. Bye. Happy weekend. Happy weekend to you too. Bye-bye, everyone.